Hello? Hello? I'm live finally. I feel alive. We'll turn that down just like a little bit. Hello. If you only follow me on Twitch, you might have noticed that I've been gone for a little bit. Or if you only really keep up with the live streams and not much else on my social media. Let me fill you in on what happened, I guess. I got sick with COVID from, I think, when I went to that Paramore concert. And hold on. My slipper's missing and I don't know what I did with it. Oh well. I was very sick with COVID for like 5 days, I would say. Like the COVID sickness, but post-COVID, I had a lot of like nausea and tummy problems for like a week after that. So I don't really know what was going on with that. But yes, COVID did kick my ass. And so did whatever happened after COVID, because I don't know. Most, like, Jeremy was fine after like 3 or 4 days. I was not. It kicked my ass a little bit. But I'm here. I'm alive. And I kind of forgot how to stream once again. So I would literally just sit on the couch and be in like tummy nausea hell for like the week after having COVID. So it was very fun. And I knew I was getting sick. If I haven't uploaded the VOD to last stream, I kind of forgot with all the sickness. But I kind of think I felt it pretty early. Like I was getting kind of sick. Because I remember when I was streaming, I was like, man, I'm still feeling so tired. And then like literally 2 days after that, I was like, I think we have COVID. Because I got a TikTok that was like, this is the signs of the new variant. And it was very similar to what I was feeling. So yeah, it kicked my ass. But I'm okay now. I'm still a little nasally. I don't know if it's super obvious. And I still am coughing a little bit. Like, not too bad, but like, I hope it's not annoying. But I'm back. I'm alive. I don't remember what happened in this case. I think we're in the trial, according to it being the Old Bailey. Thank you, Hoffer. I hope you had a good 2 weeks. It's been a weird 2 weeks, I will say. Lots of... I watched the streamer play Metal Gear Solid, and I went into a deep dive of the Metal Gear Solid lore. I've never, like, deep dived into it. I've kind of, like, because Metal Gear was my dad's game. But I went in a deep dive, and that was my COVID healing experience. Very silly. I'm trying to think what else is new. I watched Pokemon competition stuff. And then now we're here. And I got obsessed with the farming MMO, which I'll probably stream eventually. I don't know yet. But yeah, that's what happened last 2 weeks. For especially those who do not follow me on social media. Because I really did just kind of disappear. It sucked. I've just had a lot of work. Oh man. Work sucks. I know. But yep. I don't remember what happened. I'm trying to remember what evidence we picked up. I think I got spoiled a little bit for this game, and unintentionally too, because I've been watching someone else play the original trilogy, and I guess I'm just out of the loop or something, but there's something about this story that I guess most of the Ace Attorney fandom knows, and I think I got spoiled, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm like, what the fuck are they talking about? But I guess we'll find that out sooner than later, because I think it's around this case. So, I'm really scared. I really hope it wasn't. But yeah. Oh, I don't remember anything. So, but happy Saturday. We're switching my schedule around. I'm still trying to figure it out. With recent life changes, gotta switch it around a little bit, I think. And we're gonna try these weekend streams at least 1 week, like one day of the weekend, and then switch around some days. But yeah, that's the plan. All right, let's just jump into it. If I remember correctly, we're defending Natsume because he was charged with attempted murder. And I guess in this universe, attempted murder means you're gonna fucking die if you're tried for it. Like that's even attempted murder is death penalty, it seems like. Um but the guy didn't die, and it actually seems like he's kind of a scam artist or something, the victim. And then there's something weird about the land. That's what we found out. The landlord had a tenant before Natsume, I believe, and that tenant died. But that tenant was also the boyfriend of Olive, who was the victim of attempted murder in the last game. So, I don't know what all this means. I guess we're gonna find out. But yeah, that's what I remember. So we're trying to see where Mr. Shamspear, I can't remember what his name was. Shakespeare lover 420, I don't know. He what did he got poisoned, and I guess we're trying to figure that out or something. All right, let's jump into it. The Old Bailey defendant's antechamber on... Oh my god, Natsume jump scare. Oh my god. What is happening here? There's lots of dots. This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsume, to everything. And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Miss Susato. Suffering Saseki, selfishly sidelined. Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning! Good morning! Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Listen to you two chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here today. Why would you do that? Why? We didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly, you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting. What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow, you'll have to forgive me. I didn't realize what my voice sounded like until I started talking. You mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume. That was just an example. Oh yes, there it is. Inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you had abandoned me and returned to our beautiful long-lost homeland. I just hope you're the same. Thank you. I do feel weird still, like lung-wise. I do feel a little still healing from that. Like it feels like I just want a good cold breath of air. And I don't know if that makes sense. Maybe I'm just sick of the summer. We're in a heat advisory right now. I'm like, it shouldn't be that hot here. Shouldn't be that hot here. I moved up here because it's not supposed to be that hot. So maybe I'm just sick of summer, actually. The summer blues. We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. That's right, we're in the before times. Yes, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. Beep. I've actually reached an important decision myself. And what sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. All right. It would seem Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. What's wrong with him? I'm sick of the rain. I've been trying to go camping for like a month. It has been kind of rainy, huh? Which I guess is kind of what we needed after all like the fires and stuff. I don't know. It's been a little more rainy. My flowers are happy though. Gee, they're beautiful right now. They're starting to bloom. That means it's late summer. The bees love it. But yeah, it has been kind of wet. Happy flowers, exactly. Happy grass, happy trees. But yeah, it has been really rainy. After like kind of a dry July. Up here at least. Yeah, wow. Now I'm thinking about it. I hope you Californians stay safe, because a fucking hurricane in California is wild. Like, that's wild. I don't know the science behind it, but that's pretty bad. You know global warming is getting pretty bad. It's not good. Not good. Everyone stay safe. I did see that it went down a category, which is better than whatever. The higher the category, the worse. I've lived in Texas. We've seen a mini hurricane, unfortunately. But, I never really been impacted by it because I was more inland. But, yeah, scary stuff. Just stay safe, Californians. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellas, you must win this battle on your own merits. It's a very clear message, I think, that he's overslept again. Oh, he's a sleepy boy. Great detective. My arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant and your legal representative, the trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. And then now it's fucking hot outside. Disgusting. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. Because I don't mind like 80, but when it's like over 90, I'm kind of like... It's August. It's late August. It's too hot. 90 is too hot for up here. When the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Saseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client and keep fighting to the very end. That's all. That's all, folks. Need to clear my throat. Hold on. All right. It's 9:40 in the morning. First, oh, there's my boyfriend. There he is. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Very good, and now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by a lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Absolutely. Justice will be done. You mark my words. I feel obliged to say I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is just sitting right. This is the same jury, right? I would assume so. Oh, well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me and please be as ruthless as you like. Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me, especially gas thieves. I have no sympathy for the man at all. I don't agree with you, but okay. Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today. Religious today, aren't we, juror number 6? Now, Lord Van Zeeks, what can you tell us? Okay, the prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea. Was that yesterday? So he does have the results.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish I could put him in a little outfit. A little fun little outfit. Before the prosecution delivers the black news? What does that mean? Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the black guard in the dock. Oh, he's just having fun with words. Pray allow me a moment to savor a liquid of more sanguine hue. Is it sanguine? In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on the top of it. Yeah, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night. Well, the brains of the yard and analyzed it, and yes, you're right, it was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. I told you, no poison at all. In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. So why are we here? My defendant is not guilty. What a revelation. As I suspected, this makes it quite clear the defendant, Mr. Soseki. Whoa, whoa, sir. Whoa. We have manners. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again, a typical Nipponese reaction. What? Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? What? What does he mean by that? What does he mean by that? My word. The water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel. Okay. Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in the question. As the court had already heard. What do you mean by that? Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. I was correct about his name. I did not forget. I did not forget. I am happy I know forget. I realize that Discord does red text when you're in streamer mode, which is really fucking weird, and I kind of fucking hate that. That's why I was like, does this look weird? But it embed pale. Hold on. Okay. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request. Mr. Shamspeare. Sounds like we're gonna have another confrontation with our theatrical friend. Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspeare to the stand. Oh. Is he still gonna claim Natsume tried to kill him? Mr. William Shamspeare, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh, heaven, oh, hell. Do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a belly full of the foul fluid given in mine innocence. Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes. One may smile and smile, and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a roomful of the sweet fuel given. That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget, this man is a thief. I haven't forgotten. Kept all that about the ice coins a tidy secret, didn't ya? You should have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say. Arrest him at once, and let him feel the sting in my tail. Oh, indeed. By dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths, and for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But would it that still a greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me. Objection! You need to chill out. Objection. That's... how? How? But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert as the inconsistency will be quickly cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamspear? Barely, my liege. I would most gladly speak. He's dancing. Very well. Let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea. Well, tell me about it. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with the tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, never did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Gotcha. Thus, 'tis no surprise that the poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap. Well, as you could see, there's no ring of tea on the teacups, I think. Let me look at the court record again. There's no tea ring on Mr. Natsume's cup. See? See? See, my client drank his tea really fucking fast. Okay, so we have the gas meter, handprints on the wall. Oh yeah, a criminal lived in the fucking in the apartment too, I think. But he died. And then that's yeah, okay. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered in my experience. Do you have experience poisoning tea, Prosecutor Van Zeeks? Do you know what the fuck you're talking about? Quite. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if the prisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. Did you search his room? Absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. I knew that. By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands. You need to chill the fuck out. We need to chill out. Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamspear, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. What is it made of that you can just re-straighten it? Therefore, would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I am not to lose. Well, I do declare. Is this a... Was he actually trying to kill Natsume and he killed himself, or accidentally tried to, you know what I'm saying? Maybe, I don't know. Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. All right. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. We're gonna press it. Hold it. I understand that you were already acquainted with Mr. Natsume, is that correct? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Do I know thee, or know thee not? Methinks it's all I can know. Oh my god, wait. Methinks 'tis all I can know that thy destiny mingles with mine. Methinks. You lost me at the first thee. Yeah, I'm kind of lost. I am a little lost. Sounds, sir. Sounds. Sounds, sir. Sounds. Sounds, sir. Thou must learn the English tongue, for though thou turns thy hand to a lawyering. I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture. Verily, and in truth, 'twas a fine flavored brew. Though a drop of poison did barb its sweetness, as thorn doth barb the sweet rose. That, dear friends, be the simple truth. Listen to Mr. Shamspear. He seems in even better form than he was yesterday. Either that or I'm in worse form. That fated evening, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery, a local alehouse of good report, naught did pass my lips but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison.
Hold it!
Are you saying that you saw the moment when the poison was added to your tea? To have witnessed the act and then drank the tea? Thou dost describe the actions of a fool. Yeah, quite so, quite so. But no one likes going thirsty, do they? Sooner would I die quenched than parched. Would I have the choice? Actually, on the night in question, the waiter, oh my god. The water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it? Were it not for the tea, in sooth, I would sooner have died frozen than quenched or parched. Okay. No ice coins means no heating. The witness had more than one brush with death on the night in question, it would seem. Remind the court, Mr. Shakespeare, as to whether the accused drank any of that tea which he brought with him. With the greatest pleasure, my liege. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, never did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. I think I'm presenting the teacups to this. We're gonna press it anyways. But the teacup Mr. Natsume drank from was found completely empty at the scene. Let's not forget the defendant's maxim, drink tea while it's hot. I did gulp from the poison cup that night, and in mine agony did I never know how to say this word. Is it writhe or writhe? Uncontrolled. In fits of pain, I did knock the fellow's cup and its contents spilt as blood from a gaping wound, methinks. Though certainly 'twas after I had made the coins of ice from his tea. Writhe? Okay, I thought it was writhe. I've never heard it, like, you know what I mean? I've always read the word, but I've never heard it. At least I don't realize I've heard it, maybe. An upset cup was found on the table that the victim was slumped over. There's no contradiction here. It's true, there was no tea left in either cup that we found at the scene. But still, something about the statement is troubling me. I knew it! It's holding my hand a little hardcore right now. Of course, I know what that is. It's Mr. Natsume's wise drink tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it? No, I'm not sure that's it. Thank you, witness. Now reiterate for the court what it is that occupied you after your guest had left and before you drank your tea. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Hold it! Why? I don't know what I need to press here, but yes, so that you could cheat the gas company. In fact, isn't that right? I need a big sip of water. To cheat or to die? 'Tis life's only choice. Yes. Faith to cheat by the wise choice, and mine occupation be not an ugly one. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the ruse? No, I don't. And be very sure, sir, once this trial is over, Altamont Gas will take you to task over this legal task. You're going to jail, Buster. I shall not run. I shall not hide. I stoop to say I have nowhere to run, nor to hide. But my lady, what wouldst thou with this pitiful player? There we go. Oh, I'll tell you what I like to do with you, starting with the shoddy shirt on your back. 'Tis time for a Shakespeare dance. Yeah, dance it away. Fortnite dance. What a harsh world we live in. Don't slam your hand on the desk, sir. The thieving of the gas was addressed in yesterday's proceedings. The prosecution calls the defense not to muddy the waters with irrelevancy. Consider that a warning. Okay, I get it. Why am I the one in trouble here? They brought it up. Mr. Shakespeare, after the accused returned to his own lodgings, he used his tea to make your coins. Is that correct? To cheat or to die? I did make my choice many moons ago. Okay. Thus, to no surprise that the poison be not in the tea I did pour. Where would it be then? If having first made your special coins it was, after 2 in the morning when you collapsed, that would mean you can't have drunk any tea yourself until around that time. Once ensnared by literary debate and naught else be found in the furrows of the mind. The debate about Romeo and Juliet, you mean, and who was the stronger of the two? Rightly did I pay no heed to the tea as I wrestled with the abominable fellow. I don't remember debates like that when I was studying. Are you suggesting that neither of you actually drank the tea while it was hot that evening? My lord, would thou be privy to some Shakespearean wisdom? Husband, wife, and tea ought a tepid be. Husband, wife, and tea ought... I don't know what that means. Ah, yes, so very true. Oh, oops. Everyone has different preferences when it comes to tea. I think you might have interpreted that wrongly. Okay. So it's been proven that there was no poison in Saseki-san's tea. That should be hugely in our favor, but the atmosphere in this courtroom today is very hostile. Feels as though everybody's against us, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, it must be the Reaper's position. Must be my boyfriend. I'm afraid that if we don't find a significant flaw in this testimony somewhere, the jury will pounce and find Mr. Natsume guilty. It really feels like we jumped into the fire here. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. I think, okay, so I think we're gonna do this one. I had to read it out loud a little bit. While feigning distracted her debate, he never did drop of... What about this? Objection. What about this? You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question, but that's impossible. How? How? Chop logic? What the fuck is that word? What is this, ye dark? What? What is this? The two teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other used by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look at the inside of the cups. Just here, there's a clearly visible ring. Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough. What is he looking at? What do you think he's looking at? What is that? It's like one of those like magazine spreads. You know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna stop there. Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean. And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it? I don't know how to speak Shakespearean. Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday, the Japanese saying he quoted. Drink tea hot while it's hot. Exactly. Yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. Oh. Why is he lying? What is he trying to gain from this? If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well. After the several hours the tea was left standing. But, in short, Mr. Shamspear, you clearly lied to the court. But why would you lie to the court? Get thee to a nunnery!
Objection!
Objection. As a rule, I fill my hallowed chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. Is that like a scientific proved? Is that a theory? A game theory? You might want to keep that information to yourself. Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. Hello, thank you Dark Knight for the follow. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. Okay, is this a criticism of how these court systems are kind of silly because people don't fucking remember shit? Nice. Because people really don't be remembering. I don't be remembering. Sometimes people will come and say, remember this? I'm like, no, I don't. To William Shakespeare. Yes, my liege. Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? Wouldn't y'all have checked that? A fact that had vanished from your memory until now. I don't know. I don't know what the 1800s detectives were like. Faith, my liege, thou art a magician, for verily 'tis as though thou too many THs, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. What? Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. Thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest. And you just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before. Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection!
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that his spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court. The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, take your clothes off. Yay! Yippee! Yay! Woo! Yeah! The inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. No. 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 What does this mean then? I don't know. I do declare it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony. Apart from the bit about thieving gas, obviously. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Alehouse that night, naught did pass my lips, but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death. And on what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favorites. A broth as wouldst be called soup, and a leaf as wouldst be called salad. So soup and salad. As insalubrious and salubrious. This is some wild vocabulary. As insalubrious a menu as the establishment where it was served. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment seemed fit to serve a wicked thief of gas. But I pray ye wise and noble fellows, never forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. Okay. Jurors all, your humble servant Shakespeare doth entreat you, punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. No! My lord! I didn't know who said it. If I may speak, my lord. Yes, Mr. Foreman? I believe we may have been duped by the rotten defense lawyer. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Rotten? By me? I do declare you may be right. Whoa, whoa, we need to chill out. We all know the waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. But this lawyer lad says if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? What? I never said that. He's been leading us up the garden path. That's what he's been doing. I really never said that. But what he just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time. And we won't be swayed from it. I need to drink water. I'm definitely still recovering. As I'm talking, I'm like, whoa. The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman and will duly hear the jury's findings. What? What? No. No, 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 no. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty!
Shit.
Guilty.
Fuck.
Guilty.
Oh my god, we need to chill
Guilty.
out. What?
Guilty.
Ma'am,
Guilty.
you're supposed to be on my side. Ma'am. Oh my gosh. What is happening here? What is happening here? I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord. Oh, happy day. Stop dancing. Stop it. How is this happening? Excuse me. The defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. Yeah, we know. Very well, the court upholds the defense's right. Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. What? The trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime or which he is charged. Of which he is charged. Okay. I don't understand where this is going. Where is the poison then? Hmm? I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. How? If you're a man of logic, you'd be able to explain how. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. Yeah, I bet. The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal. It's absolutely lethal gases. Is strychnine in gas? Oh my, did he just poison himself? Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. Nothing else past the victim's lips that night. There's no other explanation, is there? He's probably lying, Your Honor. Your Honor, I don't know what the fuck is happening right now. I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gases and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But never mind. No. You really should mind. The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hope. If Mr. Shakespeare was poisoned, there can be no doubt of that. Then how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shakespeare was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to just demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly. But that's surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it though, Mr. Natsume will be found guilty. Alright. No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Alright. We get to walk in our cute little outfit. We get to walk around and be a little cute little guy. Alright. I'm gonna take a big sip of her. Alright. I'm a man of logic, me. Okay, so we're gonna press that, because I'm like, what do you mean by that? All the evidence you say. That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with a big mustache. Says the English with the bigger mustache. Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind. If only we had that kind of evidence. Don't worry, the summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light. Let's hope. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock. Okay. I do agree gas is expensive. I can quite understand. Yes, I agree. I'm just kidding. Well, I do agree. This isn't the time or the place to be discussing the price, but it doesn't make sense. But really think of the injustice. Air is gas and air is free. Why should gas cost money? She's so right. It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever. This isn't the time or the place to be ruthless either. If I might interject here. Okay. It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up. Is it though? Oh, what a beastly man. Okay, she believes it, I guess. That unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas, utterly forgivable. Wait, ma'am, Natsume didn't steal gas. Mr. Natsume isn't the one who's been stealing gas. I'll think you not to go adding on to more, whatever. Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I've made up my mind. It's as made up as the price of gas. So they're stupid. The stuff explodes and it can poison you. What are you talking about? Could we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir? Well, if you'd like, I mean, to be honest, I take poison over gas every time. You take poison? What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it? What are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding, but I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room. Ah, you're right. I hadn't considered that at all. Young lawyer man. Yes. You have good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative. Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business, that's for sure. Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past. Have you not now? What? What? What am I pitting against here? Anyways, what do you mean by that? Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack underway here in case you hadn't noticed against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. She's really buzzing now, like a bee. All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison. Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable. My point exactly, but the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates? I don't know that word. To contend with on a daily basis, you know. More devious? Who? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies? We generate gas and we deliver it to our customers fair and square. Indeed, nobody's questioning that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company. But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have gas at all. What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that. What does this have to do with anything? They steal your gas. How on earth is such a possible? How on earth is the thing possible? Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. When they make a contract with the household supplies by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft. Is this real? Can you do that? That's a thing? When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies have been up to its tricks. Why are you acting like that, sir? Pursue? Is it pursue?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Do you have something to say about that? Oh golly, Mimi. I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself. Did I catch him off guard there? Thinking about what? Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? Well, yeah. I just got a little riled about it recently, you see. Go on. An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fella said. So I let him in, and do you know what he did? I'm afraid I have no idea. Please, enlighten us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there. Oops, please, everybody knows, but it was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yes, but how does blowing into the pipe come into it? Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. Wait, what? Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. I see. In other words, if Upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker. You can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. The reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might, and you can guess what happened, can't you? Well, if you blew hard, then wait. You mean... That's right, the lights didn't just flicker, they went out, along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house. Yeah, what a disaster. The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at that fella. Are you trying to kill us? I said. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. I think perhaps this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh, well, if you'd like, I don't mind. Well, I do. That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues. Like I said, madam, it's widely known already. Damn, very well. Juror number 3, you will amend your statement. Woohoo! Yippee! Yippee! Okay. A little too hard, and you extinguish everything in the house. And then you're in real trouble. Okay, so... blow too hard into a gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house. And then you're in real trouble. Because then it's just... okay, so is the problem here... Maybe I do or don't know how gas works. Is the problem here when everything is extinguished, then does that just mean the gas is flowing in the room instead of like being lit? Is it for like we have a gas stove, right? Is it like that when you like turn on a gas stove and if you keep it running without the flame lighting it up, you could poison yourself? Is that what the point here is? Because that's what I'm thinking the point is. Because you want to make sure when you're like turning on a gas stove that... Right? Okay, I'm right, right? I'm right, right? I'm right? I hope I'm right. I don't know. I don't know. Alright. I don't know who to pit who against each other though. Alright, let's talk to him.
Hold it!
You mean it's poison? Your wife's tea? That's right. It happened a tiny few times now. What? It's always days like this when I don't get any wages I get in at tea time, see? And I see her doing it. My wife. She gets that devilish look on her face and she slips some white powder into my cup. You mean sugar? And you drink it anyway? I was brought up proper. I was brought up proper. Someone gives you a cup, you drink it. What happened to you? What did it taste like? It was god awful, believe me. Salty as hell. Salt. Let's see. She's been giving you salt. Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt. No. So she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly. Eh? Unbelievable. Sodium poisoning. Let's move on, please. If nothing else passed the victim's lips, there was no other.
Hold it!
Does that mean that if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you'd change your leaning? Sorry, what's that now? Oh, I was just saying if the victim did actually eat or drink something else on the night. What's the matter with you? What? Sorry. I said if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Haven't you been listening to me? I feel there's an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here. Compared to the other jurors who don't even appear to have nothing to say about the case at all. It would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently. I suppose the trouble is... he has selective hearing? Exactly, but still. This juror may be well the key to the breakthrough that we desperately need. Okay, so... This is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people. I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way Mr. Shamspear was really poisoned. We have to prove that it happened some other way and not via Mr. Natsume's tea. Yes, I know the trouble is I have absolutely no idea how it did happen. Mr. Naruhodo, I wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten. Oh, like what? It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something else someone else says. If you'd like me to remind you exactly what I mean, I'd be more than happy to, of course. Suzuki-san's face entirely in my hands. I probably owe it to my client to hear any advice my assistant may be able to. You don't need to. I don't think. Actually, I don't think there's any need. It's vital that we start trying to change these jurors' minds. Of course, I'm sure you're right. But if you decide you would like your memory refreshed, you need only ask. Okay, so... This don't make no fucking sense. This sentence makes no fucking sense. I can understand why the man would want to avoid pain. Blow too hard into a gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house, and then you're really... Blow too hard. Gas doesn't cost a fortune to deliver around the city and maintain the pipes. And then he said salt. What did he say here? I said nothing else passed the victim's lips that night. There's no other explanation. Okay, so... Do we pit this with this? If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? And blow too hard into a gas pipe and extinguish everything in the house, and then you're in real trouble. Is that what we pit together? It has to be.
Objection!
Yeah, okay. These two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer? Juror number 6, did you hear what juror number 3 just said? What? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question. What? What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene? Hold on. You're fucking kidding me. You are kidding me. I would have never seen this coming. I'm glad the game kind of walked me through that. What the fuck? To see if there was any traces of poison there. I was curious to see whether you'd be floundering I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time, but the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. Who said hold it? Oh, he doesn't have a voice. What a piece of work is a man. What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspear? What speakest thou, prithee? Is it not strange and strange? That it is what I say to thee, sir. You're just talking. I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Good lord. Hey, are they tasty then, gas pipes? Is that what he's saying? Or is it the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? That's not what I'm saying. Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him. For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy. I assure you I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
Okay. This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. Okay, to begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to place his lips to the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. He could stand on something. These are empty assertions. He really did just fill that glass up to throw it There's no possible proof that the man did as you say.
Objection.
I sort of have proof. It's true, I have no proof that Mr. Shamspeare put his lips onto the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamspeare has been doing something in front of the lamp on his wall. And I have evidence to prove it. Why are we slapping ourselves? Alright, you've got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Now that I got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. This is the proof that time and time again, Mr. Shamspeare stood in front of the gas lamp. I believe it's this one. I believe.
Take that!
What the? These are, wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene. Skin prints, counsel. Well, if it's not approved by police, I don't think we can accept it into court, but whatever. I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however. My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Herlock. It reveals all the places that Mr. Shamspeare touched in his room. I've never seen anything quite like this. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Well, if anyone would invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fella, that's for sure. I agree, this month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. We found some skin prints in many places that you would expect on the table, on the costumes. But this one was weird. Mr. Shamspeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in this room. For example, here. Around the hanging picture there, indeed multiple handprints appear to be visible. Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? Well, we did think that at first. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of I don't believe it. The gas lamp. Though the reason why it isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamspeare has regularly been standing with his hands on the wall in front of that lamp. Right, what have you been up to, you nut? I asked the court to recall your number 4's earlier statement. Juror number 4's. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you'll recall juror number 3's statement. What, me? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force in the pipe, it turned everything off. It caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out and gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is... What? If Mr. Shamspeare were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Crikey. Are you suggesting that the man purposely caused the gas to... Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let her talk. Let her talk. Whoa, whoa, whoa. While I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during summation examination, I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this? This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints, clearly that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. But it's an exciting new forensic technique developed by a great detective. Yeah, but I guess it's not peer-reviewed, ma'am. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Yeah, I knew you were gonna bring that up. Certainly, even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence. Okay.
Hold it!
Okay, Susato. Please, my lord, if I may, Miss Susato, it was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow this to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree. Hold it. You're right. Whether the strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3. Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. Now I want to hear what the shady actor fella has to say about those shady handprints. Oh damn. Alright, we got 2. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. No, wait. You heard his lordship. It's not fair to decum evidence. He said, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. If just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsume's trial will have to continue. Thank you, Mrs. Otto, but I couldn't have done it without you. Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success. Why are you freaking out over there, huh? Why, Mr. Shamspear? You seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it. Alright, very well. Continue. Okay. Me and having considerable evidence. Okay. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Truth be told, the tea is just a little sketchy at times. I don't believe in breaking promises. Okay, well, we have a 1 in 3 chance. I don't remember what he said, so I'm gonna press it again. All of the evidence. That's right. And there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing to that Japanese man with the big mustache. But the Diviz just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events of the night in question. What do you make of that? What? Your so-called skin prints? It's an exciting new forensic investigation. The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And Mr. Shamsbeard indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe in the question. It can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was. Well, yes, I won't deny that it's playing with my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides, even if the fella has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in the question, does it? That's true. Probably. If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance. You do make a very valid point. No. That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. No, wait. Look, you got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. You and your Japanese cohorts can, that is. Leave our nationality out of this. Mr. Naruhodo, if we can substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that change their minds before may very well change them back. Is there any proof I can give here? That doesn't prove anything. That doesn't really prove anything either, I don't think. Medical report? Just in a small quantity of strictly toxic effects presents 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, and the sample could be obtained. Poisoning incident occurred at 1:30 on the 21st. No container for the poison was found at the scene. That's the gas meter. Just prison announced the death of convicted murder by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October, alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate. Medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Okay, well, I don't think we have evidence. I have supporting testimony? No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there is a witness testimony that substantiates it. What's that? Testimony? That's incredible. Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. A person whose testimony revealed details about the gas, namely Mr. Garadeb, right?
Take that!
Well, Mr. Foreman, does that convince you? Phew, I don't think he was listening. What? What? Was it not Mr. Garadeb? Who the fuck was it then? Who the fuck was it? Was it him? I don't remember. It's been a little bit. It's been like 2 weeks. I don't remember. Okay, well, I guess... I thought it was Mr. Garadeb that was like, I noticed something was weird because the lights were flickering. But I guess it was the meter man? It has to... Let's do it again.
Hold it!
I don't remember. It's been a little bit. I don't want to accidentally press A on something that I'm not supposed to. I don't want to press A too much. No. Okay, so... Supporting testimony. Okay. It's gotta be the meter man, right? I kind of forgot about him.
Take that!
Oh my god, who is it? I don't remember. I don't fucking remember. A witness who spoke about the gas. We only had like 2 witnesses. Who is it? Who is it? I don't fucking remember. She's been comatose. It wasn't Mr. Garadeb, and it wasn't the meter man. I don't remember the details. Shit. Fuck. I remember someone was like, oh, I forgot. I'm like trying to dig in my brain, literally. I don't remember. Fuck. Okay, let me go pee. Because I really do have to pee. And maybe I can think a little clearer once I pee, so I'll be right back. Well, first, let me I don't remember. I really don't. I'm gonna go pee though. I might have to look up like a summary of the first trial. I might have to look that up. We'll see. Like, I don't know. I was very confident that Mr. Garrett had something about the lights really flickering. But I don't I have to look this one up because I don't remember. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do, I'm putting my hoodie on. Chilly in my room. But let me Google what happened in the first trial, hopefully safely, without spoilers. And then just don't fucking know. I really don't fucking know. I thought it was Mr. Geradev, and if not Mr. Geradev, then it would be the meter man, but I'm trying to think, unless the evidence is the guy who died from gas poisoning, which I feel like I'm jumping to a conclusion there. I still feel like I need a step between then and that conclusion. So, what episode are we on? Episode 2? Let me see. Yeah, we're playing the Cloud Kokoro. Okay, so trial part 1. Left. Okay, so the meter man had said, I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room, but that short little round-backed Eastern fella. And then, I'm proud to be the company's Eastern branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Altamont gas meters accept threepenny bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. That's not thieving, then what is? Okay, so it wasn't the meter man's what the? I don't know. I don't remember. Okay, and then investigation part 2. Hi, Tim. How are you? I'm a little stuck because last time we played this game was 2 weeks ago, so I'm trying to remember the details of this case. And I think I'm forgetting stuff. School's already started? Oh my god. Jesus. Jesus. Oh my god. Oh, jeez. I can't believe, I mean, I guess it's August 19th today. I'm like skim reading. My state starts school earlier than other states apparently, which I didn't know until recently. My hometown started school last week, I think, or a week and a half ago, which I thought was kind of early. I thought it was kind of like really early. Like it feels earlier than usual, at least. Okay, so when we investigated last time, we found the handprints on the wall. There were 3 items hidden under the floorboard. The first was a newspaper clipping about the dude who died in prison. And then we found the hidden photograph. Mr. Garadeb and Olive's boyfriend. And then a tin box that's completely empty. Why was that hidden in there? And then Waga High comes says hi. And then we go to the prison. Suzuki says that the capital offender used to live in his apartment a year ago. And then a couple months later, another man who had moved into the apartment died under mysterious circumstances. The convict's curse. The man had died of asphyxia in a locked room filled with gas. Suzuki had similar experiences when he moved into the room, even though he left the heating stove on to keep the room warm. Suzuki would wake up gasping for air in the middle of the night in a gas-filled room with the stove off. So it's Suzuki. Okay, so we're gonna press this one again and hope it's fucking Suzuki. I don't know when people start school. I've always started school in August. My birthday is usually the first or second week of school though, like the second week. So we would start late in August, I guess. But this year, yeah, my hometown started school pretty early from what it seemed. How do I skip all this without skipping? Well, once the other 2 jurors talk. This is what I get for being sick for 2 weeks, forgetting everything. No. Okay, and then whoa. What can I do? I have a supporting testimony. Okay, before... Is it Suzuki? I already tried Gyarados. Duncan Ross, the man who moved in the middle room for Suzuki and died of asphyxia, recalls how Ross, an art student looking for a cheap apartment, moved in the middle room after Selden was arrested. He suffocated because the room was filled with gas. He was writing a love letter to Miss Olive Green. The mail arrived anonymously. It was a message from someone claiming to have information related to the death of Ross. It asked the recipient to come to a pub called the Slug and Salad on the 17th at 5 p.m. Wait a minute. That's the time and the date that Green was stabbed. She was walking on Briarton Road to meet the author of the letter. It's Suzuki. Okay, so I have supporting testimony. No, in truth, I don't have any evidence. However, There's a witness testimony. And that would be Suzeki. I hope.
Take that!
Okay. Whoo! Okay. See, I had to look up the conversations because I was like, fuck, I don't remember the conversations. Okay. There we go. We found it. We did it. Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Suzeki Natsume himself. The defendant. At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following. My lodgings, there's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even on that fateful night, it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me. On the night in question, is Shamspeare a serial killer? On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not? Good golly. So that Shamspeare fella blew air into the gas pipe to make the man stove go out on purpose? Now hold your horses there. What would he do that for? Oh my god, is he a serial killer? Mr. Foreman. What is it, man? We cannot allow judgment to be passed while the doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree there's more to this case than meets the eye. Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic, first and foremost. Let's go! That's 4. Leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with a majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now call guilty, 4 now call not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Drink some water. Mr. William Shamspeare. My lord, how can thy humble Shamspeare serve thee? What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination? So God mend me, I do solemnly swear, I recall aught of either, the lamp or the pipe. Sure, but your handprints have made a tidy mess all over there. How'd you explain that, eh? Woo, yeah! I'm done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5. What? Who, me? As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains at this time unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Objection!
Objection. But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there...
Objection!
What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of the poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required. Yes. Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. I didn't think of that. In any case, counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you described. Because he's a freak? Why on earth would this fella have wanted to blow air into the gas pipe work where he lived? I don't know. There's only one possibility that I can think of, and that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. Order, counsel. Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end? Who do you think? Mr. Shamspeare wanted to end the life of Suzeki, right? It has to be. I don't know who else it would be. I mean, maybe Mr. Garadev. Because fuck landlords, but it has to be... Or it has to be Saseki, because they got in an argument. He wanted to kill him. Has to be, right? I'm like overthinking this. I think it's Saseki. I think it's Saseki. If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed, because that room kept people kept dying of gas poisoning. If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. I'm just being an overthinker. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I live around those parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove, it is pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death. It's either freeze to death or die of poisoning, and it fucking sucks. Mr. Garadeb, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamspeare was trying to end. Okay, right. Outrageous. I forgot about the fireplace. I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. He's just a freak. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. It's actually the victim was trying, but he's the victim this man was trying to murder. Good gracious.
Objection!
The accused is actually the aggrieved? Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that? Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is who put it there? Who did put it there? The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison? So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shamspeare's murderous designs? You mean to suggest... Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What? In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. No. No. Hold on, let me think about this. Whatever Mr. William Shamspeare may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could have possibly have perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Okay, whoa. We need to chill out here, Mr. Van Zeeks. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? Oh, fuck. Well, reading that summary of the days that I kind of forgot about, how did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? He's good. He's real good. Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage. Fine. What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume's guilt. You mean name the true culprit? I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison, it's all pointing to a particular person now. I gotta think about it. Okay, so yesterday... Yesterday we found out these two people died from gas poisoning. Well, he is connected to Olive. And I don't think Mr. Garadeb, the landlord, would have killed Natsume. Or not Natsume, a tenant. I don't think he would have killed the tenant because he didn't really care who lives or dies in his like apartment complex, I would assume. So it's got to be Olive, I think. Because she had that letter that said meet her at the soup and salad place. It's got to be Olive. The evidence, the poison, it's all pointing to a particular person now. The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. What? No, don't you worry.
Objection.
Wait a second. Objection. I'm a little confused. Methinks. There's one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit. The true culprit. A term found only in second-rate novels featuring their great detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already, I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my Lord Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit? It's gotta be Olive. But when did she go in his room? We're just...
Take that!
The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green. I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Counsel, but I don't recall where. Miss Olive Green. The woman from the case where she was stabbed. Yep. The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. Everyone's connected. An incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, of course, but he didn't do it. He did not do it. It was a little marriage squabble. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe, but I heard that she regained consciousness 2 days ago. I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Shakespeare poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in the hospital. So on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in the possession of a bottle of poison. She had poison? And there's another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Tell me, Mr. Shakespeare. My lord, pray, what be thy bidding? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? No, never heard of her. Oh, really? Judging by the look of Mr. Shakespeare's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her, at least not by name. As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my Lord Nipponese friend's farce through to its conclusion. I appreciate that. The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. We're only about an hour 47 in, so I think I'll do the next part of the case. Indeed, my lord, 1 hour should be sufficient. Very well, I grant the request. Excellent. I hope. The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say, but at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. Reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned. Alright, so I think we're gonna keep going, because it's only been an hour 40. And I don't think the next part will take that long. Right, I think Susanna's outfit, like the steampunk one, is so stinking cute. Yes, I would like to save. All right. Well, we did have to Google what happened in the last investigation in last trial. It's all starting to make sense. Again. Taking 2 weeks off to recover, but forgetting what happened in the game is actually pretty bad. All right, 11:30 in the morning. Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks. I would have never thought that, like, blowing into gas pipes would turn things off. That's, like, insane to me. Like, how am I supposed to know that? You know what I mean? I don't know. That's, like, insane. Oh, Mr. Natsume, I'm so pleased for you. Are we pleased? I'm trying to figure out where to put my mic. So, the theory is that this dude actually blew into the pipes. That's why there's, like, these handprints. Because when you blow into the pipes, according to one of the jurors and the gas owner, the pressure of the gas, like, drops in any connected pipe. So, like, the theory is he had killed 2 people that previously lived, this person and the other person that previously lived in Natsume's room. And they both, the first guy died mysteriously, but this guy definitely died of gas poisoning. So, because if you, one of the jurors said if the gas man blew into his pipes to check where connecting gas was, and it turned off everything in that building's gas, like, off, so there was just gas flowing into the room without anything lit. So that is what the working theory is right now. So what the fuck? I would have never... I'm glad the game kind of walks you through that, because I don't think I would have made that assumption, because it's been... a lot has advanced in gas technology where... I mean, like, because gas stoves used to kill people. Like gas ovens used to really, like, kill people because of how dangerous they are. Gas is so dangerous. So that took me a second. Also having to realize, like, who said something about the gas turning off randomly. Someone, like, I was like, I can't remember who said it, but I did have to Google that because it's been a while. But yeah, this is wild. And so now I guess our working theory is Miss Olive knew that Shamspear murdered her boyfriend, I think, and was trying to get back at him. Locum student Mr. Naruhara Esquire, non-locum judicial assistant Miss Mikatoba Esquires. Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent and proof that my tea is innocent. Oh, hello, Sholmes. Good morning, my dear fellas. Herlock Sholmes. May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't be saying that in the courtroom. I thought the tea was innocent. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful. She's such a simp. Please save your derision? What the hell is that word? I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for lunch and me today. I woke up at 11. Your scorn is written clearly across your face. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day, as sleep seduced me last night. I thought he looks so... Tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. His biddies are out. Such spirited determination has beauty all of its own, does it not? Oh, yes. And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why, time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Me. I feel like I need a biddies emote. Like a... like a BTTV emote. Maybe I'll look for a biddies. A biddy. Oh yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I don't know though, because Twitch will take down anything with boobs, but I bet they don't take anything down for like a man's chest. I don't know. Like, cause if you just do a boobie shot, Twitch takes it down, or an ass, like an ass that's like clearly like feminine, like in the sense of like lacy panties, for example, or something. They take it down. But if it's a man's booty or a man chest, I bet they keep it up. I don't have any proof for this, but I do have proof for the taking it down. I know the horny VTubers complain, which I feel like is rightful. So either take it all down or don't take it down at all. I attempted it. I bet there's a biddies, like a man chest emote that I can find though, or we could just upload his. Manifesting Twitch just lets people have boobs out. I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the results, by first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Oh, shocking. And so the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential. He's so right. Yes, I think most of us probably know that already. What others presuppose, I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. Yeah. And one more thing. Do you remember this? No, I actually don't. Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you got it. It was a laborious task, as the bottle was near empty, but such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine. Well, I think Miss Olive Green is in for it. So it was right. Perhaps, though, of course, such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt, but I shall leave the bottle in your care now. Licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. I assume so. The bottle of poison has been entered into the court record. Can I have a word? Oh, it's him. It's Gregson. How good of you to come. Forget it. Excuse me. Wait a minute, Inspector. That's good. He had to get some fish and chips. I don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. From the look on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. Oh, I like their interactions here. Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigations in Mr. Shamspeare's room? Damn, you are quick with it. Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. Now, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually. Oh, you mean this man from the newspaper article who we discovered yesterday in the room. A man by the name of Selden. I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fella's file. There's something in there that, well, caught my eye. Well, that's a big fucking file, don't you think, Gregson? Something caught your eye. What, Inspector? I've copied out the relevant parts for you so you can read it for yourselves. Thank you. Scotland Yard's file about the convicted criminal Selden that includes the newspaper article about him dying of illness has been entered in the court record. These documents include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Well, I guess we should look at it. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. Oh my god. Died of natural causes while in prison, his final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. The estimated 1,000 pounds worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Manchester Strangeways Prisons announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He has been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Investigative findings related to Selden. Oh, there's only 2. Okay. I thought it said 7 for some reason. And then this is poison. Shake it up. So this poison we've been hearing so much about, strychnine. There are a few remnants on the bottom of the bottle. Look, you mustn't be tempted to try it. Of course not, as long as we don't lose this trial. No, even if we lose the trial, No, we mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruhodo. Make your mind up, Susato. Okay, there's nothing to look at. Alright. I rearrange everything in the court records so we don't have duplicate information. British people. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though? Make this one of your featured clips. Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? Well, you're the ones who turned up. Wait, what? Why are you giving us a copy? Okay, that's what the question was. I'm just making sure things get handled in proper fashion. Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows, and the inspector here is shining diamond in its crown. A shining diamond in the rough, maybe. Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. I don't want to be beholden to a lawyer. What do you mean by that? They're the in-game looks. I think they're like... I actually don't know the history of them. I want to say they were like... special for this, like, the Switch version. I don't think these were in the 3DS. I don't know though. Hi, Juju. I was wondering if it pinged. It didn't ping? I at everyone. I was wondering, cause like, it looks weird on my screen, but when I looked on Discord mobile, it didn't look weird. But on my, like, desktop, it's red for some reason. Huh. I'm wondering if that's why everyone's missing right now. Is Discord broken? You got the ping? Because it looks weird on my screen. And it didn't do it was like an epic embed fail too, so woo! Hi, Juju. I got a little stuck because I forgot some details of the case. But we made it to part 3 of the trial. This is fucked. Discord, I'm mad at you. We're gonna finish the case out today, I think, though. I didn't know where we were going with this case, but I'm glad we're here. We learned that blowing air into gas pipes can sometimes turn off people's gas stoves and lights and stuff, which means then gas is just flowing without fire, which is like really bad. I'm sorry, I was like looking at it when I like looked at, because I have the announcements tabs or whatever, and I at everyone, but it's all red. I don't like what Discord has done with streamer mode though. I don't really like it. Is he a serial killer? I don't know yet. We're about to find out if he's a serial killer and Olive was retaliating. I think she's probably the one that tried to murder him, but that's my theory, a game theory, if you will. And then we just witnessed Gregson shunning Herlock, which is really funny to me. I'm glad we get to see them interact in this game. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way into the courtroom at once. I forgot who said something about the gas turning off. I couldn't remember if it was the landlord Gerdeb, the meter man, and then I had to look up what happened in a walkthrough. So like all the dialogue options of the last case, or of the last investigation and trial, to remember who said what. And then we finally got there. I do love her. She's a girl boss, but at the same time, it's kind of funny how, like, the rich will always try to find someone else to blame for making the prices more money. You know what I mean? She was like, it's because of thieves that I have to raise the prices of gas. I'm like, oh, girly. I shall leave you then. Are you not going to be in the audience? I shall be listening with interest from the public gallery. Okay, good. Not nodding off at all. Certainly not. He's just a sleepy boy. That it's so good. The Gregson moment is so fucking good. it's so fucking funny. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears personally, so the best of luck to you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes, Mr. Natsume. It's time, isn't it? With my voice being kind of funny, it's like a little funnier to do his voice. Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shakespeare. Two weirdos. This is gonna be the final battle. Alright, let's finish this case up. I won't really have saved Suzeki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. This shouldn't take that long, right? I wouldn't think so. She has strychnine. There was a letter that we still don't have in our court record, I don't think, but we have a piece of an envelope. And, we have evidence that her boyfriend died of gas poisoning. So I feel like we'll get through this last part a little bit quicker. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense, namely that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. Hi, Random. How are you? A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. I will also say this case has confused the fuck out of my brain. I don't know what it is about this one specifically that I've been having a hard time wrapping my head around when it comes to these two specifically. It's probably the gas. Getting some stuff, but want to say hi. Thank you for coming and stopping by. I know this game doesn't make sense to you, Random, because you want to eventually play it on your own, I think. Man, I am scared of gas poisoning, though. I think one of our community members had a gas problem recently. I hope... We haven't seen them in a while. I hope they're okay. But gas is scary. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I don't even know what's going on. I've been playing this game. The brain fog from COVID is kind of insane. I thought people were like lying. I didn't think people were lying. I just didn't know the severity. You know, like when you understand what people are saying, but you can't like quite imagine it? That's what I was at with brain fog. I was like, what? I'm already stupid. What do you mean? I could be oh. I could be stupider. I have learned. Thank you. Wait, did I not read that? A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Thank you. Right. It's exactly like that. It's like, fuck, that sucks. Man, this sucks. For that backhanded consideration. Yeah, I can fix him. I can fix Fancies. A rather cold assessment from the honorable British prosecutor, I must say. Ryu said, I just want a little bit of praise. He's got a little bit of a praise kink, actually. So Lord Van Zeeks is the new witness present and ready to take the stand? Yeah, I think so. Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord. Hi, Tim. I've read this before. Very well, bailiff. Bring the witnesses in. I saw that you were in Denmark. I was like, that's insane. I was wondering where you were flying, but my brain was still recovering to actually, like, type the question out for some reason. It's been really hard to message people the last 2 weeks. I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting back into it. I'm getting back into the flow of things, of functioning like a human being, slowly. Pride concert? What time is it over there? That's so sweet though. It's almost midnight. Oh my god. I stayed up till 4 a.m. last night. I'm very tired today. August is Pride Month in most of Europe. Oh, is that why Fortnite, it's like Pride stuff is like out? I was like, they're a little late. That makes sense though. If actually the rest of the world does not celebrate in June, because the reason we celebrate in June is because of the Stonewall riots. But witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Why would you put them together? If she was trying to murder that guy, why would we put them together on the stand? William Shamspeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I could say only that I be a tragic victim to be pitied. That food is cheap here. I'm so... Man, I'm so... Like, food is very expensive. We had to, like, DoorDash everything, and... Because we had COVID, I didn't want to spread it more. So we DoorDash food, and... Honestly, I don't know if that was worth it, because, like, I couldn't fucking taste shit, and if I did have a little bit of taste, it tasted bad. Like a Mexican Coke, I got a Mexican Coke because I had a free drink from Chipotle, so I just ordered one, and that tasted so bad. I was like, man, I'm not okay. Coffee, steak, icky. It was bad. It was so bad. And then I was like sick for a week after COVID with like nausea, and it was so bad. But I'm fine now. I don't know what that week of tummy problems was, but I'm better now. I remember Danish food being kind of expensive, but the taxes included, there's no tipping there. That sounds nice. COVID tastelessness is weird. It's so weird. It is so weird. Have a good lurk, Tim. It was very strange. Like, I couldn't enjoy any of the foods I loved. It makes you realize how important taste is when it comes to food, because you, like, for instance, like a burrito, it's just mushy when you can't taste it, and so you don't want to eat it because it like it's gross in texture, if that makes sense. It was like, it definitely turned eating into a chore. And then for that week after COVID where I was still sick, it was hard to like build my appetite back up. I finally got over the sickness, but yeah. I cleared a bunch of my storage to make room for a certain game. What game? Ooh, fresh bread and yummy desserts. See, I tried to have a sweet, I think, and it tasted so fucking bad. I drank a lot of Arizona green tea, though. Surprisingly, I drank a lot of that. I just bought like a bunch of 12 packs of like tea bottles of Arizona, and that is what my fluids, and a lot of Gatorade. Gatorade burned. That was weird. When my sense of smell came back, it was in an instant so weird. Suddenly I could smell my own nose for like 5 seconds. I knew my sense of smell came back when I could smell Hobart's litter box. If you have a cat, you understand. I would think. Because I couldn't smell it for like a week. Like I woke up in the morning and all of a sudden I could smell Hobart's litter box. The super bourgeoisie. Oh gosh. What? I don't understand flying internationally, but one day I will. One day. I was like, oh, like when I got my smell back, it was like, oh shit, Hobart took a shit. Like, I'm not a local. Look, if I'm traveling, I want local stuff, but I also kind of want the tourist shit. Like, I do want to be a tourist sometimes. You know what I mean? I want to be a stereotypical tourist every once in a while. That emote is still the funniest fucking thing. Currently unemployed, in other words. Oh, damn! Damn, he said, you're unemployed, bitch. Mood. I'm olive green. I'm a fledgling. This is just me. These two people, unemployed and sorta an artist. That's just me. Oh, OG. That's a good one too. Man, I loved Pikmin. I was completing it. I beat I beat most of it. The only things that I haven't finished is Louis' questline and platinuming all the battles. Oh, I platinumed all the Dandori challenges. I need to platinum all the battles, and that would then be 100% done. But I was like, I got sick, and I'm kind of like, I don't think I need to do it. It's okay. But I really liked Pikmin 4. I really enjoyed it. It was a very fun game. You still need 100% a lot of the areas. I 100%ed each area before I moved on to the next one. That is too much. I did a lot. I did do a lot. I had a lot of fun. Man, I want food truck week. I get to pick up my sister from the airport soon. And I'm excited to show her around. I did all the quests already. Except the one that's like platinum all the battles. Platinum is so, man, the last Dandori challenge, platinuming it was so fucking difficult for me. We're on a tangent a little bit, but like it took me 2 fucking hours to platinum it. Like it was so difficult for me. And then I was like, I probably just need the Pikmin whistle. That did help a lot. That really helped a lot. But man, that was a rough one. And then the final boss fight. I don't want to super spoiler, but the final one really fucking frustrated me. I had to use some glow Pikmin because it was like really frustrating me. How long is my sister staying? Indefinitely, so I don't know. I don't know for sure how long. Sorry for being interesting. But as long as she wants, and I might have her play games with us for a little bit. She's very funny. But we'll see. We'll see if she wants to be on like Twitch. I'm very excited though. I'm very, very excited. Very excited. That's what's new. I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no, not a fledgling really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose. God damn! This is an artist if I've ever met one. I miss living with my siblings. I miss being close to my siblings. They're very, very important to me. Like, not. It makes me sad when I learn people aren't super close with their siblings because I'm like, I can't imagine not. Like, that's my family. That's my best friend. Yeah, literally, they're my best friend. Like, they're like my built-in best friend. But I do think it has to do with our age difference. Did anyone see the Baron von Zeke's won the ugliest? What? It's because he's racist. It has to be. It's like, who did that? Someone did that on purpose. That is my baby girl. Like, he is my baby girl. Like, he is my top. That's my husband. In all the Ace Attorney games, that is my husband. He's literally Edgeworth but vampire. Why would people do that? Also currently unemployed and oh my god, he's so mean though. He's calling, you know what he would say to me? He would be like, you fucking Asian unemployed bitch, is what this man would say to me. Oh my god. Oh, what did Moobot do? Moobot, no! Moobot! Hold on. Wait, did Moobot ban you? I hope not. Moobot, no! Okay, try that again. I can't bring it back. I wish I could. Moobot, no! I did not realize. Moobot says, no. It's a safety thing though, because if people do like bots, the bots will like link shit all the time. It's like a Moobot safety thing. I have to screenshot this, by the way. I don't know every single character, but I do want to click on it. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. The ugly British bitch had it coming. That's actually pretty funny. I don't remember this man. I don't remember the man with the paintbrush in his... What is his name? Who is that? Spark Brushel? I don't remember him. What is he from? It's because he's racist. I get it. And he calls you unemployed to your face. He's from AA4. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I need to play more of the Ace Attorney games. I'm kind of contemplating playing Apollo Justice on stream, but we'll see. Because I think people have opinions about Apollo Justice. I don't know if it's good opinions or bad opinions. What does that word mean? What a coterie? Coterie. Coterie. Mr. Shamspeare. My lord, I am thy humble servant. You want to play Genshin? There's like the newest area that unlocked is giving Panic at the Disco a fever you can't sweat out. I can't get back into it. I can't do it. I can't do it right now. The characters, they just don't do it for me. I'm playing Palia. I need 2 people to sign up so I can get a cute little glider. So if you're interested in Palia, don't sign up until I find my code, which I'll probably do after stream. Because I want a cute little glider. I don't really know the lore that much. I do not play Genshin for the lore. I play it for the exploration. I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant. He's the victim, but also the killer. I think the ugliest character in Ace Attorney is probably that, like the what's his name? The dude who not wrote, but what's his name? The one that talks in Leet speak with the Steel Samurai. I don't know if he wrote it or produced it or directed it. I think he's directed it. Is that what it is? What is his name? Leet speak man. I think he's the ugliest. He's gross. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. I would for naught else. Every time he does that, I hear the little sounds. Little sounds. I didn't realize that. I thought it was just my brain making it up. Maybe I do still have brain fog. And Miss Green, what is she painting? What if we followed her brush strokes? Does she show the painting? I guess we'll find out. What if we just followed the brush strokes to see what she's drawing? Yes. You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume. And somehow they let me ask her to come in. Yes, the officer did explain. She's sweating. He said I poisoned that ridiculous buffoon. And do you accept the charge, Miss Green? She probably... No, I don't know nothing about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man. Come, lady. Die to live. It's an arrow on the palate. Verily, I know not any prickly, pea-pigmented personage. What? Oh, because she's green. Very well, let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair. It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me?
I rarely ever go to the East End anyway. It so happens that I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on that night this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital fighting for my life. Yes, having been unfortunately caught up the incident on the street outside the Garadeb household, where they were throwing knives for some fucking reason. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days. I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion? Recreational knife throwing. You know, just domestic abuse things. What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing. Like at the Ren Fair. I've never been to a Ren Fair. Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks. I feel, Miss Green. At this point in time, I would like to go because I want to make a cute little outfit. It is kind of funny though, because Ren Fairs fashionably are wrong. like, but I do love the idea of dressing like a fairy. I do like that. But like, the fashion of the Renaissance, is very different than what Ren Fair fashion is. I'm going to the Ren Fair in September for the first time. Exciting. Hi, Con. Thank you for the sub. Enjoy the emotes. How are you? I know you're playing this game right now, so I think we're a little ahead of you. I think. Shh. There's one happening. I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't want to embarrass myself. I think it's Shakopee. I know where it is. I just never heard it, so I don't know. Like, there's a lot of words in Minnesota that what they look like they would say aren't the way they are said. I don't have a little outfit. It's hot today too. It's fucking hot. It's like 90 degrees outside. That's hot for Minnesota. I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm doing it. I'm winning. I just don't drink. That's my only thing. So I feel like, but I still have fun if I don't drink. You're gonna buy an outfit. That's probably best, actually. I can make one. I have a big bed sheet that I'm trying to figure out what to do with. What was I saying? I was in the middle of sentence. It's totally funny if you don't drink. Okay. It's just hot as balls this weekend. That sucks at the Ren Fairs this weekend. It's been like a nice, like the last week's been a nice, like 75 and lower. Like 70 to 75. And then today it's bam, 90 degrees with a heat index of something higher, I think. Which is like hot for up here, especially in late August. It looks like it's going until, that's a long fucking time. Oh. Like, I assume it's good if you don't drink, right? Because drinking in the heat sounds like an awful time in general. Drinking outside and well, people do it all the time though. Late days used to be a little bit, but yeah. Everyone's like, oh, beer. I'm like, beer is expensive right now, so. Beer's a little bit expensive right now. Wait, what was I saying? At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. It's 69 degrees, nice. I miss the nice 75. It's too hot. Nice. I took Chloe out and I was like, ooh. It's not expensive if it's free. Gotta have the titties out. That's why. We would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened. Oh no. The incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive that awful accident? Yep. Yes, trauma dump on me. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we'll be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspeare. This is wild. But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned. It perhaps does, actually. Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court. On the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February. Do you think the team, was it Capcom? Do you think they had, well, okay, there's probably proof of this actually. Do you think that they had this case planned out before the second game like completely came to be, like that there was going to be a second case involving Natsume that wasn't going to be in the first game. It was planned out. Okay, so it wasn't like a spur of the moment kind of thing. I hope not. Because Natsume mentioned being choked by gas in game 1. Okay, so they must have had like a little, like a board, like a okay, so this connects this way and this connects this way. Oh yeah, because he was like talking about how like ghosts were choking him or something, right? It was something like that. So this case wasn't just like a spur of the moment. Like they had planned that the second game was gonna go back to the first game. It was 6 days ago at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I suddenly got stabbed in the back. Shamsphere was technically in game 1. I think I remember that. They also said I've been in court 2 times in the first game and the gas man. What? I'm gonna look up so much shit after this game. I guess I could just rewatch my VOD. Have you ever had to rewatch yourself though? I don't recommend. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. I'm not gonna lie. Her putting that paintbrush against her face like that, I have stimmed like that before with paintbrushes or makeup brushes. They had to make his model in 2015. Didn't even know if they were gonna get a second game to show him off in. That's like crazy. It feels good. It does feel good. Like paintbrush on skin, especially if it's like a nice paintbrush. Feels good. But even then, the like wiry ones have a point. They have a purpose too. It was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakst, for I had bespoke my supper. It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to the hospital, so I knew nothing about all of this business. What is on the back of her head? What is that? A second incident inside a week at what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. Hi, Audie. How are you? Everyone played 999. So good. I'm fixated on the series, but it's wonderful. You've talked about this before. I do remember. Brain blast. I'm getting my brain back. It's being cleared. I'm doing good. I'm a lot better. I'm not sick anymore. I don't think. I'm still draining. It sucks. My sinuses are so messed up that I'm probably gonna be draining for another month. And then it's gonna be fall, and then I'm gonna have fall allergies. So it's gonna be great. A second incident inside a week at what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One could only presume this is a most unfortunate coincidence. Meanwhile, you say you're not in your room, Mr. Shamspear. This is also gonna seem so silly, but I went out of my way to buy like ginger beer for my tummy, and then literally the next day I felt so much better. So I don't know. I believe the ginger beer cured me. I haven't had ginger beer without alcohol in a long time, and I forgot how spicy it is. Like not spicy like wings or like Thai food or anything, like spicy like cinnamon. But it was very yummy, and I think it fixed me. I think it cured me. So it was very tasty. It was the following morning when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine. Well, Saseki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. As suspected, there's nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. I disagree. It's true. It does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance. Fire alarm? What's been going on? I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here. I feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it. You know what, like, scares me a lot? Carbon monoxide poisoning scares me so bad. I don't know what it is. I think it's because it's a silent killer that it scares me. It's still chirping. Even with batteries changed? Does it know something you don't? Does it know something you don't? Oh, it's not your building. I'm hearing it across the alley. Could you call a wellness check? Wellness checks, they're very different and in every city though. I don't, cause like sometimes a wellness check can be bad for some people, so I don't know. But it might actually be important, I don't know. And then it started up again. Do they have carbon monoxide poisoning? The gas case is becoming relevant. Hansel, you may now cross-examine. Okay, I'm gonna get down to this case. It's a battery chirp. Do they sound different? I didn't realize that. I thought they would just, you know, modern day ones should probably have different chirps. It was 6 days ago at about 5 p.m. when I was walking along the snow when I suddenly was stabbed in the back.
Hold it!
Well, alarms that have CO detection do 4 beeps for CO, 3 for smoke. Wow, I had no idea about that. That is really sad that I didn't know about that. My house has gas too. So, like, I have a gas fireplace. So, that doesn't, it does light. It just doesn't make a big fire. So I really should get on that. I really should have known that. I really should have known that. New homes usually have 1 CO. I wouldn't consider mine new. So I have to look. I really should check that. I'm well acquainted, especially before winter. I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry you had to go through that. It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. Girlie, you were stabbed in the back. Of course you were unconscious for so long. I woke up to find that the case had been solved and the culprit arrested. Yes, the incident has been resolved already. The landlord's wife. The incident has been resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider it a bad dream that ended with your awakening and should now be forgotten. Are you just telling her to get over it? Are you telling her to get over it, Fancy? He's just proving to himself that he is the ugliest man. Sorry, I thought I pressed A. I suppose so. Thank you. Okay, I guess. I don't know. I don't be knowing. Before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day for us to arrive at the truth about this new case. The trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really. I was just walking along the pavement. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in the case have their lodgings.
Hold it!
Okay. What were you doing here that day, though? What do you mean? The art school you attend, what's it called? Yes, it's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. According to Mr. Solms, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is 10 stops away from the scene on the underground. 10 stops... like, bus stops? I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road, is that right? Go Dykes! Go Thorndikes! So why then would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End? Well, it's because, oh yes, of course. I thought it might make a nice picture. Hold on, let me see if this... I don't think that map is gonna help me. It's because, oh yes, of course, I thought it might make a nice picture. The witness is a student of art. City-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas. He's so right. That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town. Mood. Let me see what you're drawing over there. Perhaps quates would have been a less grating term. The point is, she's definitely hiding something. Yeah, seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth. She's trying to hide she's trying to hide why she was there that evening. Must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shamspeare, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago, would you tell the court what exactly you were doing? 'Twould be my pleasure, sire. Sire? I think... I don't know how he would talk. I really don't know. I was at the tavern on the eve which thou speakst, for I bespoke my supper. Fucking speak modern day English, please. What? A tavern, you say? Which one? 'Twas the Slug and Salad where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End. What's a tarry? And a little unexpected, I feel. What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks? The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining for the locality, at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. He really is digging into the unemployed bit here. He said, "You're too poor." It's true, the menu lists premium crust of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness. What? 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 I would have expected Grub's grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your being. Oh, damn. Damn! Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather soupy water and pea-like mush. Oh my god! All equally appetizing. I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? How different can water really be? Or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation. Water can be different. For instance, I hate Dasani water, so... Is he a noble? Well, I can still fix him. Specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment. The fact on that day of all days, he dined at a place he wouldn't normally. It does stand out. So Mr. Shamspeare's own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those things. I don't think we have any at the moment. I don't think? If we find a clue that will explain why Mr. Shams... I don't think I have it. It's a letter, right? I don't have the letter, though. It was the first time I've been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. What was that? What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate. It was nothing really. It's not worth mentioning. If you remember... Press it! Press it! You remember you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green, put down the poison. She said, I'm hiding everything. What was that? She clearly just hid something. I wish it did that for me yesterday when or not yesterday. Like in the court. I guess the court is happening today, the same day. Never mind. Last court case, I needed a flashback scene because I don't remember shit. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. What does that matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan. Can we pursue that? I wanted to watch him and say, Mr. Shamspeare, do you have something to share with the court? To be or not to be? That is the question. Okay. Pray forgive me, the great bard's words springeth from within me with ne'er a thought. Don't tell me it's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps. Nay, sire, 'twas nothing at all. Nothing at all. I've been watching a lot of Simpsons. Presumably, you know the name, like old Simpson. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. It's kind of weird to watch like older like media and realize kind of what was happening at the time of that media. So like, for instance, there was like an older episode of Simpsons that we watched. It's the one where Homer like gets a new job with Hank Scorpio and Globex. And at the end of the episode, his old boss gives him the Denver Broncos, like the football team. And back then the Denver Broncos were so bad, but what they didn't realize that in like a decade that the Denver Broncos were gonna actually be pretty good. I just think it's kind of like with dumb things like that. Like, I would it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me. So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours. We have a photograph that we found in the floorboards. Miss Green. Me, my lord. Have I done something wrong? The card that was mentioned before, containing the note. Do you have it? Let me have it in the court record. I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really. Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please. That does look suspicious, doesn't it? A note in the envelope that seems to have been ripped open rather roughly contains instructions to meet with someone who claims to have information about Duncan Ross. Of course, that's what links Mr. Shamspear and Miss Green. It's Duncan Ross. Now continue with your testimony. Anyway, I was admitted straight to the hospital, so I know nothing about all of this business. Alright, I should press that just for fun. Funsies. You didn't regain consciousness until the day after the trial, did you, in the early hours? Exactly, so how could I have had anything to do with it? And yet, you still haul me in here to take to court like this, honestly. So at the time of the poisoning, the witness was unconscious in her hospital bed. Could there be a more airtight alibi, I ask you? And yet, in spite of that, you claim that I was the culprit. Well, but you certainly haven't produced any evidence to support your wild claim, have you? None at all. There you have it. The good lady has yet to see evidence, my learned Nepenthes friend. I'm working on it. Counsel, I will point out here that the jury's next decision will be final. We're really up against the wall here. Hold on, I have to go clear my throat, I think. I'll be right back. Hold on. I'm good. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you pursued Mr. Shamspear wonderfully there. It's worked out well, hasn't it? We have a new clue, at least. All right, now I need to pull off a really insightful objection somewhere. Well, as you managed to expose this promising new angle, I wonder if you should perhaps try to develop that. I know what I'm doing. The 6 days ago, about 5 p.m. I was talking. It was the time on the eve which thou speaks for it's bespoke. Is it this one that we had to press? I think it was this one.
Hold it!
A tavern, you say? Which one? So it's a slug and salad where it did Terry. You're poor. That's what he said. What do you mean? The slug and fine dining. Wait, can we look at the letter? I didn't even think. No think. Only. The envelope has been ripped open rather carelessly. Miss Green strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. What is it? The way the envelope is torn is almost sure I've seen that exact same shape somewhere else. Oh, you don't mean, were you thinking of this piece of evidence? Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up. Ah. They go together. Okay, good. The envelope fits perfectly with the torn off piece found at the scene of the crime. Okay, perfectly. Fits perfectly with the envelope. Beautiful. Can I read the letter? No. Okay. I don't remember. It's true the minuless premium crust. Oh, maybe it was more, 2. Own actions. Present evidence. We have it now. Mr. Shamspear. So it was this one. Yes, sire. On the day in question, it is not that the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize for a very particular reason. I don't know what you're talking about. Pray if thou hast some purpose, speakst. Very well, we'll present the court. I will present the court with evidence. Evidence like, oh, we got our health back. I didn't think we would. Sorry. I hate clearing my throat on stream. Is it this one? I think so.
Take that!
I believe this card reveals the answer. Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean? That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamspear, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. What do you have to say about that? Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspear? Well... Excuse me. Can I say something? Sure. That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, doesn't it? Well, you'd think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely... My lord, may I? May you what, Miss Green? I'd like to make something very clear about that card. Very well then, you may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note. Let's see. What do you got to say? This note was delivered to me at my address. It has nothing to do with the... There we go. Oops, I didn't mean to press A. Alright. I know what to do. Alright. We got a testimony amendment. Let us present this piece that we found in Mr. Shamspear's room.
Objection!
The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address, and upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in a hospital. Yep, I did. It's terrible. Everything that's happened to me. Yes, it is terrible. If that's all true, that is. Sorry. I'm moving things around. There we go. What do you mean? She's got the pan flag colors in her pockets. Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope. See? And the bi flag, too. You're kidding. You're kidding. Y'all see what I'm talking about? Don't y'all see it? Don't y'all see it? I don't remember what order the pan flag is. I have one in the house though, because Jeremy's pan. I don't remember what the order of it is. But that is the bi flag's color in order. Wait, that's cute. Even though she's a killer. Here's a pan flag. Oh my god, it is the order. Interesting. Interesting. Where's the bi flag? There it is. Interesting. Anyways. Oh, is it? It so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received. Where did you find that? In Mr. Shamspear's room. In my room? Mr. Shamspear,
Do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Well, your actions that afternoon follow the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. And so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspear. You already knew about this note, didn't you? He's sweating. And you, Miss Green. What did I do? As this torn off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspear's room, so how is it that it came to be in your possession? I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all. There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspear's room and stole it. Oh. You did what? Sorry, thou hast what? I mean, thou were in my room? What on earth do you want with me? It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. Ugh. I also love him just pointing at her. The girls are fighting. Oh, oops, I just skipped over that. Well, you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you have endured in recent events. Anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind. What time is it? Oh, it's 5. That's why they're Homer and Chloe are like sitting right next to me. It's kind of funny. Very well, the witnesses, you will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received. They couldn't have the girl dinner. Alright, we're gonna let the music play a little bit. Alright, I need to feed them because they're gonna really bug the fuck out of me if I don't feed them. So I will be right back to feed them. Hi, Aunt! Let me go. It's 5 p.m. and the babies are hungry. They're hungry. 5 p.m. and midnight. 5 p.m. and midnight. How are you, Aunt? There we go. The babies are fed. They're doing good. I do remember now, 'twas a week ago. Peradventure? Perry the platypus? I'm gonna think peradventure. That note was delivered unto me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I could point out the villain here, and as for that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it. I'm a little confused at the timing of the events here. You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspear? Faith, 'tis so, my lord. I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. I'm gonna leave for a tiny bit and return to thy courtroom gathering. It's just clear to me that since I returned from the tavern that I have not laid eyes upon it.
Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was a lie. Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying. I beg your pardon? I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie. That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is. If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain this? This part of the envelope was... I don't see why I should explain. Okay. Sorry? I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer. The fledgling will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Well, counsel, is he on my side now? I'm ready, my lord. Okay. Very well then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination. Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamspear's room. There can be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note. What is the timing of the events here? Two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all this. I'm not there yet. It's not a pretty one. I'm not there with the details of this case. Not there yet. I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago per adventure that the note was delivered to me.
Hold it!
I need a drink of water. Okay. And you... Oh god. And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all? Nay. 'Tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue. Even with the knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily 'tis impenetrable. We do a handwriting check. Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you? Well, alack! If the choice betwixt I knew him and I knew him not, then 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted. Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instruction and went to the Slug and Salad. Presumably, that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature. Mary, naught will have be the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true, I was compelled by my own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end, my curiosity was not satiated. On the day with there, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came.
Hold it!
So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared. Well, yes, 'tis as thou sayst. Really, you paused for a moment before you answered. In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall. Really, do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear? I was not alone that night at the Slug and Salad, my lord. No, 'tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to almost clear water, and mine innards to the premium crust of bread, and all around me danced a great many companions. What do you mean? Flies, sire, flies. Okay. Good lord. In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer night's dreams? Come to taunt me. I think they were just flies. I can't help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong of me? Oops. Damn, Susato. Everyone's being mean on this, the stand here today. Thereafter in the evening, I shared the company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished.
Hold it!
When exactly did you notice I had gone missing? Such idle thoughts never occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room. Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval. Such idle thoughts never occupied my mind. I am busy with greater ideas. And yet during that time, Miss Green was comatose in the hospital, was she not? Clearly then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shamspear's room. Yes. Yes, of course. Welcome back, Tim. It's all sort of a misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor? I don't know what's happening here. You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. Ooh. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that. I'm pretty sure she's guilty. Oh, dearie me. I'm pretty sure they're both guilty. What's Lord Van Ziek's getting at? I don't know. I don't know what you mean. You think I stuck into this man's room? Why would I? It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamspear about 1 week ago. Oh, does it? But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shamspear's lodgings.
Objection!
But for what reason would the witness have done that? That's why I'm kind of like, what? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless. Miss Green could only have come to be in possession of the note by stealing it. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing. What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though? To kill him? We should pursue that idea. We're close now, I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. I'm assuming we're gonna present something to that one.
Hold it!
So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it? I'm a fledgling artist. Remember, artists are nearly always introverted characters. Okay. Introverted? This fledgling doth readily cast aspersions about my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song. The wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh pity, wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, ample woman? Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me could see you're just a failure. Damn. The girls are fighting. Tragedy, though, shall not know the true heart of an artist until thine instructions hereafter by death. Oh, the days, oh, the years, alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain. Mr. Naruhodo, interject with some clever remark. This is your chance to shine. Oh, is it? I'm no Shakespearean actor. Okay, I was like, I don't know what the fuck to say. So no, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument is evidence. Yes. Oh, okay. It's clear that Miss Green did, in fact, break into Mr. Shamspear's room, isn't it? That's where she found this letter. Two more or less foregone conclusions that lead me to one terrifying conclusion. Yes, I'm afraid to say that the outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely. Okay, so I think... I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into... Why would I? Why would she? This photo? Hold on, I'm thinking. Is there anything else I'm forgetting from like 2 weeks ago when we got this photo? So, okay, so in the floorboards, there was this photo, an article about the serial killer that died, also that lived in that room, and an empty box. But obviously we don't have the empty box. Is it? She took this photo, didn't she? Or was it just a random photographer? Oh, someone took the photo. I don't remember. If it wasn't for the letter that she... It was the photo? But why didn't she take the photo? Okay, hold on. I do remember now, it was a week ago that note was delivered to me. On the day there, and I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Therefore, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? To get the letter? What did the letter say? What does this say? Presents. He was suffering from fever. Okay, I don't think that's relevant yet. Bottle found. A bottle found in possession of Miss Green with traces of the slow-acting poison. Is it the photo? I don't know what else it could be. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Obviously, I'm gonna present the photo because I don't know what else it would have been.
Protection.
Nope. Okay. Fuck. I'm forgetting something. Did my streamer forget? I'm getting all baked up this trip, but Karma's a bitch and Ryu's boyfriend. Wait, what? I was trying to decipher it. My brain hurts trying to decipher this case. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I'm forgetting something. Am I forgetting something? Did she break into the room to get the letter? I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Hold on, I'm thinking. I'm really thinking. What? I do remember now. It was a week ago. That note. She broke it. Okay, so she broke into it to get the note back. I had to be. If it's not the photo she wanted, it's the note she wanted. Because he received the letter. Is this where I'm getting at? He received the letter, but she was trying to act like she received the letter. What is it? Olive is guilty of putting the strychnine on the gas lamp, maybe because she knew that her boyfriend died of gas poisoning. And with the history of the guy that died before her boyfriend also suspiciously died from gas poisoning. I might be reaching though. Might be reaching a little bit. What would Why is he claiming that he had the note, but she's claiming she had the note? Whose note is this? Whose is this? And it's the note said, go to the slug and salad, which he did, but no one came. Did she do that so she could sneak into the room? I'm supposed to be presenting to? What does this last statement say? I'm a little stuck. Okay, so I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? Because I can't say you snuck in there to poison him, because, like, you gotta have evidence of that. Or is that literally what the line of thinking is happening? Oh, I'm stuck. I am stuck. Oh, wait. Did this have extra dialogue when I pressed it? Let me double check.
Hold it!
Seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamsphere about 1 week ago. Does it? Does it? She says. But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shamsphere's lodgings.
Objection!
But for what reason would the witness have done that? Well, I want to deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case could be proven in some other way, and any further pursuit of this note is meaningless. Miss Green could only come to be in possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Shamsphere's room. Right. And yet there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing. We should pursue that idea. Okay, it's really holding my hand, but I just don't know what to present. Did she go into the room to poison? It has to be that then. That just seems like we're jumping. I feel like we need something else. We need something else, I feel like, but I'm just gonna present. Why would I sneak into his room? Because you wanted to poison him?
Objection.
Okay. I feel like we needed... I feel like I needed... I feel like that's a jump. Am I crazy? Maybe it's not a jump. I mean, I guess it's not a jump. That's like really accusatory though, is it not? I was overthinking it so hard. It just seems like I feel like in other Ace Attorney games, if you just jump straight to like you use this to kill, I don't know. Am I just getting so used to the old Ace Attorney games that things got a little bit better? Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle, and though the content spilt during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. What? Oh, he doesn't know about that. I forgot he doesn't know about that. The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamsphere. Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings to poison him? And for one reason alone. To cover the end of that pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamsphere's room with poison. Oh, he's like, what? Can this be? You broke into my room to... It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there's only one logical conclusion that we could reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamsphere's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green. Oh dear. Me? Whoa, get up, girlie. Get up. Order? Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? Yeah, this is wild. Yes, my lord, there's no other way to explain the facts. But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Well, that's a very good point. Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon? There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time. Lord Van Seeks. And of course, the following morning there was more activity at Mr. Shamspeare's address. More activity. Ah, yeah. You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder. That's right, and that's the defense has already proposed. Mr. Shamspeare was meddling with gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant. But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant. And then, 3 days ago, the situation changed again. Right. Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted. That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out and Mr. Shamspeare was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. What? This is crazy. With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for these instructions are now clear. To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home. Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter was written by Miss Green? And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. What do you have to say for yourself, witness? Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already. So that's what's behind all this? You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on her boyfriend?
Take that!
Duncan Ross. That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's, somebody else was renting the room, Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. See, I just didn't know what that question was asking, I guess, because it does seem like I knew what was happening. I don't know how, is there proof? I guess is what I was like. Is like Sholmes said, just because she has strychnine doesn't necessarily mean it could be unrelated. You know what I mean? I mean, but in this game it should be related. But you know what I mean? That's why I was like, we need another piece of evidence to get there to. But I guess we just say you were trying to kill him because of this instead of because of this you were trying to kill him. But she took the letter. had to flip it around. My line of thinking was we need to establish that Duncan lived in the apartment and because of the way he died, she wanted to kill him, not she wanted to kill him because, like, I don't know if I'm making sense. I don't know if I'm making sense, but like I make sense in my brain. I was trying to go about it backwards. That she took the letter, she was already outside the apartment. If she didn't try to kill him, she would have not been stabbed in the back. He was there with photographic proof. That does ring a of course, yes, I remember now. The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse or some such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamspear blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Did he mean to murder? She's laughing. She's laughing. What do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths, that's all the people care about. If it's an interesting story they want to know, it doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. No well, yeah, definitely intended murder. I was like, is there a was he like testing whose gas was connected? I don't. Well, why would he murder Duncan though? Did he and Duncan fight? I understand why he would try to murder Natsume. I guess that's what we're about to find out. Once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You mean Duncan was Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiance. Fiance, my bad. Fiance. You may not have known him you may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspear. But she's known exactly who you are all along. How does she fucking know? Because you're her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Marry? Miss Green, it is not the case. Is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspear, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? Oh, I get it. This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties' counsel? Well, good thing Natsume woke up. Each on different accounts of murder. Gotta take a deep breath. Yes, my lord, that's correct. Objection. Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. Whoa, 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 chill the fuck out. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Chill the fuck out. Excuse me. I didn't mean to press that button. What? Why would Mr. Shamspear have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? That I don't know. You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man. Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies. I deny every utterance. And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit anything either. I mean, I guess why would you? Miss Green. Go PF, you go. I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not gonna be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection.
But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear poison in the pipe, what was your reason? I thought I'd have to look around, that's all. I thought I'd have a look around, that's all. Sorry. You're right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh, vileness. Oh, villainy. Oh, tyranny. Oh, rotundity of women. But in any case, whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock. That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire. Oh, awfulness. Oh, artfulness. Oh, tyranny. Oh, profanity. Profanity of woman. She just wanted revenge, which I get. We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed. Well, I spotted the note that I sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a she stole something from the box. Uni, giving a treat to Chloe. How are you? Haven't seen you in a bit. A little treat, a little dessert with their dinner, because they just had dinner. There you go. He said, thank you. We also discovered that hiding place. I thought it was weird that we don't have the empty box in our court record, though. I do think that's weird. Like, it didn't add it at all. Inside, we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Yes, well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty. What? There's something in it? Yes. The key. This rather nice key. Oh, he's freaking out. What are you doing with that? What is happening? Every ounce of color has drained from his face. Give it here. Give it to me now. It's mine. I inherited it. What is happening here? What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it? No, what is all this about? He inherited that key. It was obviously important to you since you got into such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. Okay, girl boss. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care. Give it back this minute. Give it to me? Calm yourself, witness. So Mr. Shamspirit has tried and in one case succeeded to take the life of 2 lodgers now. His motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. I love that Olive's design has had that key the whole time and then randomly she just picks it up in this moment. It's good. It's really good. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamspirit at first, but considering everything we know now, I think there's actually something that could explain it. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence at her disposal. Well, the thing is, it's been 2 weeks, so hopefully I remember things. Everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all these events. Book receipt, a street map, a pair of teacups, a piece of the torn off envelope, a bar of soap, a crime scene photograph. Is it the key? Is it a key to the gas thing? Is it a key to this? I don't know. I guess we're gonna find out. In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamspier's alleged crimes? It does look like a Polaroid. It's the motivation. I don't know, because he's a fucking freak? I don't fucking know. It doesn't have to be. That would be dumb. This is gonna sound really stupid, I feel like, does it have to do with the treasure of this guy? But I don't know how to link it. I don't know what else it would be, though. It has to be the treasure. I don't know what else it would be. If it's not the treasure, it's the gas. So I'm this seems so stupid.
Take that!
That's an official police report, is it not? The Selden file? How did you get a hold of that? Selden? The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant, Mr. Natsume, have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries and killing 6 people. Ooh. And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The sum 1,000 pounds worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found. And yes, of course, it's coming back to me now. It's written in this file here. 1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. That was how the papers summed it up. And it seems that one particular fella inmate was with the convict in his final moments. Not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded You're fucking kidding me. You're fucking kidding me. You're fucking kidding me. What the fuck? The location of the stolen loot and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. You're fucking kidding me. Oh, this is so stupid. Oh, you mean this key is... Mr. Shamspear, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? Would have not expected that. What are you talking about? 'Tis a false charge, I tell you, a false charge. The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in his file, but a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. Is that why there's a plank in the wall? I did notice that earlier, but I didn't know for sure. He hid his loot in Natsume's room? Okay. It's just falling apart. He could've, when Natsume went into the court, I guess because... Did he try to kill Natsume before? Wait, okay. Because he could have just... He was trying to kill Natsume every night. Gotcha. That makes more sense. Okay. I was like, because like... When Natsume was in the court for... But Olive went in that night and stole that key, and then when she was going back home is when she was stabbed, I guess. So it all comes out. Yes, and this is so stupid. Having established that, all of Mr. Shamspear's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. What the fuck? He was let out of prison following Selden's death. He made immediately for Mr. Garrideb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation because Duncan was in there. Selden's old room had already been led to someone else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamspear subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. This is so dumb. You really gonna murder to try to get in the room when you could have just been a thief? When he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Sazeki, the defendant of this case, no less. How did Olive know that he killed Duncan, though? So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspear? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and that's a word I don't know. A vericious reason to get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. How much is 1,000 pounds back then? Did he kill Selden? Okay, that makes sense. She didn't know for sure, but she knew if she tried it again, and it would further prove that she probably killed Duncan, I guess, yeah. Looks like I'm gonna oh, oops, I'm missing all this. Listen, I want you to have me loot anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. I can't remember what Natsume's room looked like. It's in the room where I was lodging when they got me. There, this is the key. They didn't take your stuff? When did the police start taking stuff out of people's pockets? Always stay one step ahead, mate. See ya in L, I guess. What was he in jail for? Shamspear. I guess, yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. It's mine. Huh? What did you just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Oh, he's going crazy. Mr. Shamspear. It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fella. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? Your handprints are all over the wall. If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me for the time being. Anyway, barely, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? They're like, what the fuck? I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give it up? There's no question in my mind now. The man is guilty through and through. He seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of treasure. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done. There is a way. There's one way I can finish him. He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on the loot, which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. Well, did you have the key? Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. Judge, you can write a warrant. If only. If only there were some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. This is the final piece in this complex puzzle. I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue to where its whereabouts. We do? It's our last chance, so it has to be worth the gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. Very well then, counsel, let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the hall? The fingerprint detector? I don't know what else it would be. I don't know what else it would be. I wish we had like that piece of evidence that said the fingerprint detector, but I guess this is the closest thing to it.
Take that!
If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamspeare's handprints on the wall of his lodgings. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene. Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective, Mr. Sholmes. The great detective. Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such ridiculous title? I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspeare. Why are you down here? Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title. Ah, 'tis Sherlock Holmes himself. What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Whoa, whoa, whoa! He's being real mean in this case. He needs to chill out. Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since we last met. I don't know what that's referencing. What is that referencing? Mr. Sholmes, he does know Lord Vinsington. Well enough to say something like that, in any case. No. No. I don't think so. No, it's not part of my fantasy. Mr. Sholmes, his biddies are out though. Though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit. I may, my lord. Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us uncover vital clues in this case already. It needs to be. And not my fantasy. Mr. Sholmes and Fanzeeks, no, not mine. Clues, you say? I call them skin prints. Can we stop calling them skin prints? I really hate that. My lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. You only need a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I use the teacup you've been holding. Elementary. So now, watch, it was actually Mr. That's nice. Handprints. So now, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. What am I to use the sample to make the indicator solution this time? I think that's what it also reminds me of Tim. It's like just gross to me. Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Seki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in this old room. What form will the sample take? The key? I don't know. She's been touching it though. I think her prints would be on it more than his. Don't believe in skin prints. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I'd rather believe my dead boyfriend was previous boyfriends with Van Zeeks. I'd rather believe that. I don't think we have a piece of evidence that we could use. I guess we would present Olive because she has the key. We would need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution. And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record, which is Olive. Your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution? Where is she? Oh, there she is. Why is it walking me through this? I mean, I guess so. The illusion of choice. Miss Green, can you hand that key over? Even though you've been fucking touching it, I don't get it. What do you want with me? The key around your neck, if you please. We can go dig up his grave, I guess. Sorry. Actually, doesn't flesh kind of decompose pretty fast? I don't want to know, actually. The key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin. You don't think she's, like, maybe sanitized it? I don't know. On the surface that we can use. That's gross. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholm's skin print seeker. Why do we need to do this? What are we proving? I guess motive to kill. And find out exactly what sounded touched in the room that he used to rent. Ooh, the music. Mr. Shamspear, as one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's hall is hidden somewhere in this former lodgings, I shall uncover it no more than 13 minutes. So, Mr. Shamspear, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth. In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No, give the key to me. The detective shan't have it. Are you realizing we're in a court of law right now, Mr. Shamspear? It's over, Mr. Shamspear. No. You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt. Whoa. Oh, shameful spear. Despair. Be thy name. Oh my god, they went all out with these 3D models. That was a hard case for me to wrap my head around, I think. I think it was just overthinking it from the get-go. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room, that's all. Really? So you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods? Because you would only do it at nighttime when people were sleeping. Yeah, after you killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind with rent. Yeah, that'll do it. Mr. Carradine really had a lot to put up with. Look, he's a landlord though. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then this Japanese man swooped in just at the right moment to sign the new lease. You're a thief! Why wouldn't you just have broken into the room? Poor Mr. Natsume, what unfortunate timing. And then 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I finally had my chance, but it wasn't to be. No. Natsume never left his room, but I don't know about Duncan. I guess that's true. Natsume did just stay. He literally said he stays in his room all day. The scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. And if I remember rightly, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books. I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap. So she never did that, we would have never caught him, though. So, William Shakespeare, how does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question. From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Okay, smarty pants. Well, let me tell you, in your case, not to be, that is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. Okay, girl boss. I don't really, I feel bad for her fiance, for her. He killed him for fucking just treasure. She's right, but he should stay alive so he can make me Google. I don't like this man. I don't like him.
At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. Gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. The gas supply? Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse. Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. Alright then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. There are spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? No, I better not. We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember? I was like, Schrodinger's car is funny. That was the last time we ever spoke. That very night he fell victim to the gas. That's so sad. If only I'd known it was gonna happen, I've insisted that he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school, and something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. Did she witness him blowing in? I saw a stooped, Easter-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Grubb's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him. Sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican? What the fuck is a publican? This is cursed, I tell you. Cursed. The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me. I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and a pub goer? That is a funny fucking word for that. That is a really funny word. Is there a relatedness to Republican and publican? Are they related to each other? Like word-wise, not like history-wise or anything, but word-wise. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. I do remember him saying this. The pipes have been checked, no problem there. It's like I'm the problem, that's what they're thinking. That is not Suzuki's voice. I can't do it right now. My throat kind of feels funny. How could that be? Duncan was gone and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? She said, I'm gonna investigate with her little magnifying glass. Then I remembered a rumor I heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations. A rumor? You mean? Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes. How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework. That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. She has OCD. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End. Those exist? A black market? I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them, and you really can buy anything you can think of there. I was wondering how the fuck someone would get strychnine. I guess if it exists, it's out there. In some way, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Oh my god, this is so morbid. Was Duncan's death an accident or was it murder? And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with and wait. So all you need to do is ingest it, right? Why didn't Shamspear die from it, though? If Mr. Shamspear was innocent, nothing would come out of what you've done. Oh, okay. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. She said, I wanted to try it out. I do have a feeling there was another way of figuring that out a little easy without risking people's lives, but maybe I'm crazy. I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamspear, and then I wrote him this little note. Oh, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. I want to look at the treasure. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough, so he'd be sure to go. She doesn't really care. She said, I'm doing the divine, punishment.
So I waited to see if it worked. And of course, Mr. Shakespeare followed the instructions to the letter. I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. So I smeared a good amount of poison about all around the mouth of the pipe. He really just knows a lot of weird shit. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done and that it was all just some wild fantasy. And then all that happened. Actually, no. All the time praying the devil's work would be done and the culprit would get his just desserts. Okay, she did want him to die. Mood. She said, revenge, baby. Yeah, it is really sad though. This was a hard one to wrap my mind around. Game 2 always being more difficult than game 1. 3 days ago, when you first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward. Yeah, I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. Olive has honestly favored me. I like that she's like a fat, kind of silly design character who also is a girl and gets treated seriously. It's about money and revenge. I like Olive. I think her reason for murder is not necessarily justified, but I get it. What's his face? Shamspear, I don't really get murder. I don't understand. He's basically a serial killer. Did he kill his cellmate too? It's been a long road, my Nipponese friend. It's already 6:30. Oh yes. The second part took a little longer, but we also got on tangents. One I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Michelle envisage. Is it envisage? I don't know that word. Yes, my lord. You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom as punishment for the attempted murder. Yeah, I know. And you, Mr. Shamspear, you will be tried for the murder of Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Saseki Natsume, here present. Yeah, I don't really feel sympathy for this guy. Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, yeah. Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friend stopped me from ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle, I wasn't myself. I can't even remember what was going through my mind. See, the way she's like grabbing the key and stuff, wouldn't your skin stuff be on that instead? To be or not to be, I suppose. It's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems. Is it? Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green. He wanted to get quick rich scheme, and I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspear didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. Yeah, I think attempted murder. And there's probably a little bit of sympathy with the judge, probably. Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green. Saseki Natsume. Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. The way I'm laying, I'm not laying, the way I'm sitting, it's like sitting but laying. I'm slumped right now, but I'm so comfy. We're in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant. Woo yeah! Woo yeah! So who makes the confetti in this game? And the fireworks. Hi Jedi Knights, how are you? Woo yeah! Because I think it's like canon that Gumshoe makes the confetti in the first trilogy. Why is there fireworks inside? For fun.
Court is adjourned. We did it. It took me a little bit to get this one. I feel like it's my first penalty. Like a lot of penalties. Because I forgot the whole case. Oh yeah, I already had a hard time last time too with the trial. I really had a hard time with that trial. I had a hard time trying to figure out what they wanted from me. They also have full... I don't know how to say that word. Brazier of flames. He's just a cute little man. Is it? I actually don't know how to pronounce that word. I know that word, but I don't know how to pronounce it. I am realizing I read more words than hear words, I think. At last, divine injustice duly done. We did it. Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. No! This has nothing to do with my mustache. His mustache is nice. Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, once again, you've saved me from doom. Well, I don't think he'll be poisoned anymore, but doesn't he go back home? Time to pour some gas on fire. No, we won't be doing that. I'm very happy to have been able to help Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. You're second in almost as many days. I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature, only to be tried twice for murder. The city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. So he goes home now. In the end, I confined myself to room and lived through friendly old books. That's right, he just stayed in his room. People were racist to him. You've had such a difficult time, haven't you? And then literally in this, well, I don't know how close this is to American history. Oh, not American history, worldwide history. British history. There's literally a world war waiting for them in 20 years. Oh, but a week ago, I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did. I've seen more life of this in this week than all my years to date. Well, this is a real man. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from behind the wall of fog. What does that mean? My dear fella, there's nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are a few genuine differences. I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We are all just doing our best to live. Or Saseki is just a white man's whore. Well said, I've come to feel the same way. I made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. That is what happens. And then we get Waga High. That's all I want is Waga High. Just when we become friends here in England, what a terrible shame. Oh, I know, that does tug at my heartstrings, it really does. Why did I think he was gonna snap his neck? He said he was gonna do a dip. I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. And novel of sorts, I suppose. Oh my, you'll be creating your own literature? He does do that. What? Oh, what? No, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. You can't just say that, Sholmes. I suppose you're right. It will always, in a way, be literature. It has a name. But as of now, all I know is that I like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur. Mustaboo. It was like, shit, British people do sound hot, but they're actually just normal people and not like all, like, not like my English novels at all. He really is. Is that the word for a Westaboo? That's funny. I, for one, like to read your work. This alternate version of British Japanese Edgar Allan Poe is so much better than the real thing we got. He's a real man, though. Isn't he? He's like a real poet, right? Natsume is? I, for one, would love to read your work. Well, all things considered, yeah. All things considered, it may be for the best. That's why I'm like, is this real life? That's why I think that's why we had the topic of conversation of what makes historical fantasy, like, historical. And I would argue this is a historical fantasy because Soseki Natsume is a real person, and Shakespeare is a real person. After all, you have once emerged victorious. Also, why are you an Edgar Allan Poe? I'm not a hater, but I'm not a lover. He was awful, wasn't he? At this point, everyone is awful. Was it incest? Was it woman hating? It had to do with bad with women. I do know that. What am I hate when they do the ... Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. That's very true. And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor. He died from alcohol poisoning? That's kind of sad. The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand. He was a very depressed man. My goodness, yet faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure. But that's not why I'm leaving. I mean it. Why? Objection? Oh, I thought I was gonna have to be like, this is the reason why we won this case. That was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in. Oh yeah, it was 6 months ago. Hold on, I'm sitting up again. I'm fixing my posture, don't worry. Soseki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikatoba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Suzada-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. And that, do we get dressed up? Don't spoil this for me, actually. But I want to be dressed up as Boy Susato again. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. Cousin, it was a cousin. It's kind of weird because it's like, The only possible, yeah, with the legality of cousins, marrying cousins. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day, the day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Man, I want to keep going, but we probably shouldn't. Oh, are we looking for the treasure? Oh, he's got his little mask on. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. She is such a fucking simp, dude. To uncover the secret hiding place in just one day. Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? He's pissed. He's just a pissed little man. Grexy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily? I think perhaps humorously might be closer to the truth. So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then, if you're ready. What is that? Show me. B. I would not elaborate. I'm not gonna question. Looks to be some sort of neckband or collar. A collar. It's huge though. Look at all the gemstones set in it. I was trying to. The only B word I know is. I'm just kidding. No, Barrack von Zeeks. Is this your collar? I can see why it was claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Okay, Skinny.
I bet I could guess it too, but I don't know if I'm ready to have this conversation on Twitch. Have you noticed on the inside? It's weird. Have you noticed on the inside there are some dark stains? That's what I'm gonna say. That's blood, I think. Or red hair dye. You don't think they could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it. You probably... On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. Of course, there's this emblem here. Is that Barrick? A large letter B. But no, his name's Z. So it's... Who has a B last name? Who has a B last name? What does this signify, do you think? Oh, I hadn't noticed that. Oh, we have to zoom in a little bit more. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere. Sure. Burlock Bones, somewhere biddies, somewhere before, you know, where could it have been? That's enough of that, I think. Hold on, I think I know. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color has drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe... What is happening here? I believe you ought to be taking this, aren't you? It could be valuable evidence after all, must be kept safely under lock and key. Alright, it must be related to the next case. Yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot, and hand it over. Now! Are we on a cliffhanger? I've never seen a collar that large before. The dog? Is it a person collar? All those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable, but that's not what stood out the most to me. It's the blood. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar, those stains. Could they really have been blood? It was incest and pedophilia. I do remember that now. Now, I do remember that. Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now. And you look very pleased, Iris. I am, because I was starting to wonder where I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case would be perfect. It's been so fascinating. You're talking about the latest installment of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I presume. Right, yeah. It's not good, but it does fucking suck. That recent laws, like these laws that are in place now are more recently. And only really because of victims of it, right? Have been able to come out more about what kind of problems these have caused for them. While like if people were to speak out in the 1800s, it would probably lead them to death and stuff, you know? And it's like, I don't know. It's sad. It's a sad world. The mystery of the knife in the mist and the mustached man and the convict's curse, perhaps. Poor Susanna's only 16 and apparently is a lawyer, so I don't even know. I mean, and I guess in the first Ace Attorney games, Francesca, she started practicing law at like 13 or something, so the games are weird too. I could make it a two-part story. Oh, I can't wait. There's literally that case in like the big top case in Ace Attorney that's fucking weird because the girl is 16 or something and everybody wants to marry her. And back then in Japan, you could marry like baby teens, I think. Which is like really bad. And I don't like to be like moral high and mighty, but that is pretty bad. That is pretty bad. It's pretty bad. A word please, Iris. Yes, what is it, Hurley? The way they move sometimes reminds me of like you know how like VTubers move? Specifically, Iris's 3D model moves like how a VTuber moves. I don't know how to explain it. What is it, Hurley? I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question. Why? Why? Why not? It's a great case. What is happening here? Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear? She said, no. Sholmes is a VTuber. I believe it. Out of all of them, Iris would be one too. But she's waiting till she's allowed to stream on Twitch. Because I think you have to be like 12 to be on Twitch. She's just waiting. I have controversial takes about that too. Yes.
And so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity.
He was 27? Oh. 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 Your fave is problematic. What? He was talking.
Now, looking back, I feel I understand.
He has an interesting British accent. What area of British is that? Of British? Of Britain?
I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story.
What? Why? I guess that's
It
what
would
the
take
next
a
case is
little
for.
longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen.
I can't believe that's what his voice sounds like.
For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again.
I like the way he said that, Susato.
With an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Oh yeah, about that. I forgot about that. Where's the to be continued? There. Oh, end. End, not to be continued. We got the key of knowledge. We did it. It took me a little bit to get there. Okay, wait. I want to look at the pictures. Oh, that's boring. What is this? Oh, shit. Is that the letter that Olive gave to Shamspear? The clouded... What is a Kokoro? What is a Kokoro? I never figured that out. But now we have episode 3. We have the United Kingdom, the Great Exhibition of London, the Great Wheel of London. Kokoro equals heart. I knew that. I did know that. That took me a second. I did know that. I knew that. Ottoman Empire. Oh yeah, the Ottoman Empire was kind of a big deal in the 1800s. And the Austrian Empire. Yep. Oh my god, there's a lot. Oh my god, we have a lot to get through. Oh man. Okay, well, that will be... I don't know when we'll start this one. Not right now. The clouded heart. Man, I knew that. I knew that word. That was a hard one for my brain. That was a hard one, I think, because I was like, what is the game? What for me? That's what was happening. Who are we gonna raid? We haven't raided Mushy in a bit. Should we raid Mushy? Mushy's doing a Fire Red Leaf Green and Nuzlocke. I haven't raided. Yeah, we'll start the next, I guess, episode 3. I can't believe we're just now finishing episode 2. I got so sick for so long. We will do episode 3. I don't know when I'm streaming. Basically, my sister moves in this week, so I don't know what the schedule will be, because I'm just winging it. So the best way to be aware, I guess, of what I'm doing is probably Discord. Just here. And then, because I think streams will be pretty spontaneous until I can get a set schedule to figure out, like, get my sister settled in. Jeremy changed his work schedule a little bit too, so like I'm trying to work around that as well. So we have like our days off together, some days off together and stuff like that. So working on that. I do be working on that, so. But yeah, that is the plan. I'm getting back into the groove of streaming. Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. That case was really weird. Why is it relevant? Well, I guess because we found the treasure. That's why it's relevant. Who's B? Who is B? I'd assume it's a last name, but I don't know who. I don't remember people with last name B in this game. Unless it's the Queen Bee. The bee lady. I don't know. Barrick is like a first name, and I don't, unless it was his specific collar that was stolen. But yeah, I'm gonna go eat dinner. And I just stay updated, I guess. Everyone in California, stay safe. Because it's a bad hurricane. I am brain hungry, so I'll see y'all later. Okay. Bye-bye.